Wel, bore da. A dyma ni felly ar ochr BBC, mae dyn ni'r cofiau Cymreig, yr ebolion blwydd yn cyrraedd y dosbarth cyntaf bore yma, sef dosbarth rhif 76. Ac ar y pwynt yma, sy'n mynd i'r beirniaid, Geraint Davies o Brydwan Iddi, fe na i gyflwyno bod ffurfiol yn y man. Ond fe fydd yn canol y gêm bore yma yn fwy golwg dros y cofiau Cymreig. A'r dosbarth cyntaf ydy'r ebolion blwyddyn. A very good morning to you all. The sun is shining at the moment here in Perth. And over on the BBC side of the main ring we have the first class for the Welsh Gods, the yearling colt class. There are 29 entries, and our judge today is Mr. Geraint Davies of the BD Stud. I'll have a chance later on to formally welcome Mr. Davies of the BD Stud.
Hi. Hi.
Good morning, bore da, the middle of the ring, canol prifio Bryn, mae'r merlon yn Cymreig, so the Welsh Mountain Ponies will be starting this morning, a change to tradition. We have the young stock in, the first class today, class 8, and this is the yearling colt. So, y traddodiad wedi newid, gan i'r cypel y iau yma heddi, yn o'r gyda o'r cypel y graig i ôl. Dosbarth gyda ni o mewn i'r gil, efo dosbarth nawr, yr efo blwydd, a heddi y beiriad sydd yma heddi yw Julie Perrins o'r Ddefrog. Fe hoffwn ni cyfer yn chwbli ar gwrddawr yma heddi i farnu'r adran yma. So I'd like to thank Julie Perrins for coming down and taking this opportunity to judge after our show this year. So I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce you to Julie Perrins, our judge for the section. Julie Perrins is part of the Eton Stud from Yorkshire. She has been a member of the 1964, and then was a light member in 1964. The father was the inspiration, and he also kept the ponies up there in Yorkshire. And our son, Will Perrins, is taking over the show duties. This began with him winning for our show. When he was 12 years ago, with his spring on Henry, and this is over 20 years ago. He had numerous wins over the years at the main shows, including last year winning the Sea Junior Stallion, and also being coached in the Welsh Cob. And she has judged at 7 shows around the UK. And last year at the Royal Highland, and also on this site at the Gymnastics Gallery show. So we can say we are in good hands with our judge today, Julie Perry. So I hope you enjoy the experience here, and we have a wonderful day in front of us with the weather shining through. So I'm going to now is Class 8, the early home for the West.
The section C, of course. Felly, cychwyn y bore yma, gyda dosbarth 52 yn yr adran Meddwl Cymreig o Bein Cob. So starting this morning with class 52, the yearly Colt class in the section C's, and this is on page 151 of your catalogue. Pleser yn croesawu ei beiriad ni yma lenni ar gyfer yr adran ag, sef Mr Geraint Thomas, o Llanwmdag Caernarfon. Croeso cynnes chi yma I lawr I Lanelwen i'r adran hon. Very warm welcome to the Section C judge here this year, Mr Geraint Thomas from Wilfa Farm in Llanwmdag near Caernarfon in North Wales, and we very much hope that he will enjoy his 2 days judging the Section C's. And I'll formally introduce him and give a bit of background very shortly, but starting this morning with class 52, the yearly Colt class.
Good boy. Good lad.
Ar ochr y BBC, ar hyn o bryd wrth gwrs, dyn ni yn Dosbarth cyntaf y bore sef dosbarth ebolion blwydd. A'n beirniad Mr Davies yn taro golwg dros bob un ohonyn nhw wrth yn wneud y sioe cyntaf o flaen yr Eisteddle. Starting this morning over on the BBC side with the Welsh Cob Yearling Codes. And our judge, Mr Davies, taking his first look at each one of them as they do their first individual shot around the front of the grandstand. A mae'n bleser ar hynny cyflwyno i'n beirniad heddiw, sef Mr Geraint Davies o Fydfa Rhyd Ddu. I bod yn aelod o'r gyfeithas ers 1976 pan oedd yn 20 mlwydd oed. Felly os ydym ni'n gwneud y symud yn gywir, mae'n bod yn aelod o'r gyfeithas ers 47 mlynedd. A'i brif agor dros y blynyddoedd wedi bod yr adran C a'r adran D, a hynny gan ddiolch i'w wncwl Mr Ken Price o Fydfa Gwenfo, ac dyna oedd i'w ysbrydoliaeth ac oedd yn dangos Mr Prince yn gyfeisal yn Sîn a Geraint Bryn Awelon. A'i sioe gyntaf yma, y sioe blynyddoedd, oedd 1965. A wedyn yn 1979, fe ddechreuodd Brydfa Rhyd Ddu gyda'i wraig Fandi, a daeth y wobr gyntaf, dych'r ribban coch gyntaf i Rhyd Ddu yn 1992 gyda Donis Rosette. A'r beirniad y bryd hynny oedd Mr Evans pant yn amlwg. Ac ers hynny mae Mr Davies, Brydfa Rhyd Ddu, wedi ennill 4 medal aur yma yn y sioe brenhinol. Ac un o'r heini efo'r Coben Cymreig Pennal Princess Royal, aeth hefyd yn bencampwraig yn sioe feirdd Llambed. Yn 2019, fe oedd yr pencampwr stoc ifanc yr adran C a'r adran D yn hannu o waed Brydfa Rhyd Ddu. Yn fwy diweddar, mae Mr Davies wedi bod yn brysur iawn gyda'r gymdeithas, wedi bod yn gadeirydd ar Cymdeithas y Merddod a Chobiau Cymreig, a wedi bod yn olygydd y blwydd lyfr y Gymdeithas y Beibl Werdd. Ac yn hynny wedi ysgrifennu, swn i feddwl degau os nad cannoedd o erthyglau dros y blynyddoedd. Yr un gyntaf nath ysgrifennu oedd un ar gyfer Tŷ Hen Mati. Felly croeso mawr iawn i chi i'r prif gylch yma, Geraint. A gobeithio gewch chi ddiwrnod wrth eich bodd yn dechrau bore yma gyda Cobiau Cymreig y stoc ifanc. And I'd like to take this opportunity to officially welcome our judge for the Welsh Cobs, Mr Geraint Davies of the Eastern. He's been a member since 1976, when he was 20 years of age, and his main passion has been the Welsh Section C's and D's, and it all started back when he was accompanying his uncle, Ken Price of the Gwenfo Stud, showing stallions like Twisted Prince, Llangybbi Seldom Seen, and Geraint Bryn Awelon, and his first try in Welsh was in 1965. In 1979 then, he started the Rhyd Ddu Stud with his wife, Mandy, and his first win came in 1992 with Donis Rosette, and the judge then was Mr Evans Pantan Amlwg. He won the Section C Championship with Ashgrove Abigail, and her son, Rhyd Glyndwr, has won at the Horse of the Year show 3 times. Ashgrove Abigail was in fact unbeaten in all of her 32 outings as a mare. 4 gold medals have gone back to Rhyd Ddu from the Royal Welsh and in the Cobs, one of them being the young stock champion with Pennal Princess Royal, who was also champion at Lampeter. And I know that Mr Davies was especially proud in 2019 when the Section C and D youngstock both had Rhyd Ddu blood in him. So he's judging here today, and his first show to judge was back in 1983 in Pontrhydd Fendigaid, when he was asked by Mr William Evans Tillai, the owner of Horse Lass Black Lady, to judge. He also judged the C's here back in 2008. And more recently then, he's been the chair of the Finance Committee of the Welsh Pony and Cob Society and the Journal editor. And he's written many articles over the years, tens if not hundreds, and his contribution to the history of the Welsh Pony and Cob Society is a very notable one. So welcome this morning, Mr Davies, and I hope that you have a good start to your morning here on the BBC side of the Welsh Cobs. Ac wrth i'r ebolion blwydd yn yr adran ac wneud i ffordd o gwmpas y cylch gan canolfan yr Elfda, pleser i mi yw cael croesawu yn ffurfiol ein beirniad ni ar gyfer yr adran hon yma'r bore yma, sef Mr Geraint Thomas o Llanwmda. Ac wrth gwrs, Mr Thomas yn dod o Bydfa Pontlywed ac yn fwy ddiweddar hefyd Bydfa Telynna. So it gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the judge for the Section Cs here this morning, Mr Geraint Thomas of the Pontywydd and more recently the Telynnaisted. Felly rai chydig o gefndir i chi am Mr Thomas yn wreiddiol fe gychwynnodd agi ferlon Cymreig ar gyfer marchogaeth, ond mae ei hanes gyda'r adran ec yn deillio nôl o'r 70au. Pan prynwyd merch i Lincoln Coed mewn arwerthiant ar fferm. Roedd Synod Greetings yn effil arall pwysig iawn a brynwyd i fewn i'r frydfa yn farlen fagu werthfawr iawn a wnaeth gynnychu llawer o stoc llwyddiannus i'r frydfa gan gynnwys helynnau cantores oedd yn enillydd rheolaidd yn y cylch arddangos, gan gynnwys yn ennill yn sioe Royal of England. A nifer o i stoci wedi bod yn llwyddiannus yn y cylch. Castell Baicelt, sef un o feirch y Bydfa wedi ei ddangos yn llwyddiannus ar hyd y blynyddoedd yn ogystal â bod yn ail ar 2 gwaith gwahanol yma yn y sioe yn unol. A llwyddiannau eraill ddeud yn cynnwys ennill bencampwriaeth ar is bencampwriaeth yr adran ec yn sioe gael, 2 mlynedd yn olynol. Yn ogystal â chadw a fideo a dangos 5 adran o fewn yr adrannau Cymreig, nid yw Mr Thomas yn wyneb anghyfarwydd o gwbl i feirniadu mewn sioea mawr a sioea pwysica o wlad yn cynnwys sioe feirdd Llambed 2 waith, wedi beirniadu hefyd yn Glanys, a hefyd wedi mentro ymhellach tu hwnt i Gymru a Cadeir yma sy'n mynd i feirniadu yn Ne Affrica, Awstralia, America a nifer o wledydd o fewn Ewrop. Ond y wythnos hon ni sy'n cael y pleser o'i groesawu yma i'r sioe brenhinol i feirniadu merlon Cymreig o Deip Cob. Felly croeso cynnes iawn i chi Mr Thomas gan obeithio y gwnewch mwynhau y profiad ac dosbarthiadau o'r blaen heddiw a dyddiau. So to give you a little bit of background,
about Mr Thomas, who is judging the Section C's here this year, of course, of the Ponta Willed and Tylynnau studs. So Mr Thomas originally bred Welsh ponies for riding purposes, but he started with the Section C's back in the 1970s when he purchased the daughter of Lincoln Coy at a barn sale. Synod Greetings was another astute purchase for Mr Thomas, of course a very valuable breeding mare, being the dam of Tylynnau Cantores, which was a profit winner in the show ring, including at the Royal England Show. And another daughter of Cantores was second at the Royal Welsh Show, and her offspring also exported to Germany. One of the studs, Stallion, Castell Maikelt, was successfully shown, including second on 3 occasions at the Royal Welsh, and also winning the Premium C Championship 3 times at Lampeter Stallion Show. The studs and the successes with the Section C's include winning the Championship and Reserve Championship of the section at Cheshire County Show for 3 consecutive years, and as well as keeping, breeding and showing all 5 sections of the Welsh Stud Book, Mr Thomas is no stranger to judging at major shows either, and has judged at Lampeter Stallion Show on 2 occasions, Glaness, Northleach, and has also ventured beyond Wales and the UK to judge in South Africa, Australia, America and several countries within Europe. But this week it's our pleasure here at the Royal Welsh Show to welcome him to the main ring to judge the Welsh ponies of Cob type, starting with the in-stock classes here today. So a very warm welcome to you, Croeso cynnes, Mr Thomas, and we hope that you will enjoy your morning in the sunshine judging the young-stock classes.
Wel, dyna ni felly, ar ochr y BBC, mae gennym ni ganlyniad cyntaf y borau yn y copiau Cymreig yr ebolion blwydd. In the Welsh Cobbling, we have our first result of the day for the Yearling Coach class. And a pleasure to welcome our sponsor here, Mr. Williams of the Green Land Insurance Services. And first there, in class number 76, the Welsh Cobb is number 890. Declan Davies with steppers, Love Island Baby. In second is number 887, Sam Cooper with Ryan. In third, Ryan 2, Simon Lucia and Petra Magdalena Signer. In fourth is number 907, Jane Williams with Hannah Private Way. In fifth, 883, Andrew with my British Prince Louis, and sixth, number 906, Stuart Watkins with Cwrnais Sierra. Felly, llong o'r gadael mawr dosbarth cyntaf y bobolion blwydd yn adran y copiau Cymreig wedi dirwyn ben am Mr Davies nawr am fod yn symud blaen o dosbarth 77 i'r efelysu neu'r adfer blwydd. 40 geisiadau yn hyn. So the result in the yearly course for you were avid and keen catalogue markers. First, 890, second, 887, third, 902, fourth, 907, fifth, 883, and sixth, 906.
Dyma ni felly canlyniad cynta'r bore yn yr adran NEC. And so we have the first results of the morning in the section C's. And can I welcome Sam Taylor from Loxley Solicitors, the sponsors of this section, to the ring to present the awards. And we are very grateful to Loxley Solicitors for sponsoring this section here. So the results of the Young Holt class, which is on page 151 of your catalogue. And congratulations to the winner of this class, number 605, and this is Crossley Enchanto, exhibited by Stacey Rogers. And now among you, in second here today, we have 598. And this is Nepo Hugo, property of Owen Jones. And then in third, we have 608, and this is Menaises Carlos Kai Jakes. In fourth and over the page is number 611, Glynwyn Gucci, property of J.H. and H.A. Williams. In fifth, 595, and this is Anna Wild Winter, property of R.E. Bennett. And in sixth, we have 588, New Gap Persuasion, property of Christine Clegg. Felly, llawr chi'n mawr iawn I enillydd y dosbarth. Huge congratulations to the winner of the Young Holt class, Crossley Enchanto. Dosbarth ar gyfer epilepsy a adfeilion fluid. So if you've just joined us by the member centre side of the main ring, we're ready now to move on to the second class of the morning in the Section C, and this is Class 53, the Yearling Filly or Gelding class.
We have first result in the West Lothian Pony section. This is Class 8, the Yearling Colt. The first prize goes number 67, the property of Meneister. You can see leading the way there, congratulations there. To all connected with the Meneister, to the Menai level, winning this Yearling Colt class. Number 67. Second, 72. Prize exclusive, the property of Wilson, Meneister. Third, the 64. The details behind, the property is done already. Fourth, number 50. This is Ella Osvaldo, with Hazard the victor. And fifth, number 60. This is the Joy Level Dorset, with Timber Joy time higher. Sixth, with number 52. This is all with the details and so I think sometimes the horse really loud, and the sale, a bit of and then just a bit of a red blue, a then I so then we just another way to get in. Just up now, Revoles, Yama, Louis, so the next class I can see the main ring, the class 9, so this is the numbers of the first 67, then the level of the Meneister, second is 72, right now it's Herefordshire. Third, the 64, Sons of Reading, with the details of the coin. Fourth, was number 50, Ella Osvaldo, with the Hazard Victor. Fifth, was number 16, this is the Joy family, with Timber Joy, time higher. And sixth, was number 52, Nicky Golden, with DJ Sanchiro. And as I said, we're moving on now to the other class, the other class, in the emotional section, class 9.
ynghylch y copiau Cymreig. Mae Mr Davies wedi bwrw ei lygaid craff dros y gyfres blwydd am y tro cyntaf wrth i wneud sioe o flaen yr eisteddfa yma ar y ffordd y BBC. A dwi'n diolch i nodwyr ar gyfer y copiau Cymreig bore yma, sef Greenland Insurance. Maen nhw'n retail brokers gyda'r anhygoel yn amaeth ac yswiriant personol. A mae stondyn nhw, y Greenland Pavilion, ar bwys y brif stondyn, lle mae'r holl bobl yna yn cael chi os ydych chi eisiau gael ynghylch rhywbeth i wneud gyda'r yswiriant. Over on the BBC side of the ring, our judge, Mr Davies, has had one look at the Welsh Cops, the fillies. The big class here, there are 40 entered. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, who are Greenland Insurance for the Welsh Cops. And Greenland Insurance is a national retail broker specialising in agricultural, commercial and personal insurance risks. And calling for refreshment to Greenland Pavilion underneath the main stand, where the specialist insurance advisors will be on hand to discuss any of your insurance requirements.
yn penderfynu i cadw 20 mewn am y tro. Un o'r heiwn ennill dosbarth nawr, sef dosbarth y Boris ar arfan Lwyd. they're down to line 16 in the middle of the ring here in the filly and gelding class. So felly, i lawr nawr 1.15 o Ebalesi ar Fedd Blwydd yn nghanol y cylch yn yr adran A. Wel, ar ochr y BBC, beirniad Mr Davies yn taro golwg ola dros yr Ebalesi Blwydd. 20 allan o 40 wedi dod ymlaen heb bron heddiw. So over in the section D-ring, Mr Davies is having a final look over his Welsh cob yearling filly lineup. 20 of the 40 entries forward here today. Mr Davies looks through the fillies, of course. The climax of all this morning's classes will be the Section D Youngstock Championship that will be held around dinner time. And Mr Davies, of course, will be back tomorrow morning for the judging of the Welsh Cob senior classes. And the pinnacle of the afternoon for the Welsh Cob stallions.
Welsh Cops, we have our second result today, the result of Welsh Cop Year 3 class. Class number 77. And first there was exhibit number 918, Malcolm Cross with Willow Court Neon. Second goes to 943, Andrew Thomas with Kai Derwen Mabley. In third is number 933, Ian Manning with Lawrence Davies. Fourth, 930, Bethlehem James with William Kennedy. In fifth, 940, Abigail Estes and Abigail Melody. And in sixth, 934, CCL with Brigida Rockchip. We also have a little hostel there, and still a little bit of fifth, Abergavenny Melody, and sixth, Brynford Rockchip. So for you filling your catalogues, first 918, second 943, third 933, fourth 930, fifth 940, and sixth 934. Felly llongyfarchiadau mawr I Willow Court Neon. So back to the Welsh Sovereign. The 2-year-old course are coming into the ring. Class number 79. So if you're joining us now on the BCC sides from the main ring, we have the start of class number 79, the 2-year-old course. Os ydych chi'n ymuno gyda ni, croeso, a bore da iawn i chi ar ochr. Yma yn y prif gylch ar ochr y BBC mae beirniadu dosbarth 79 ar y bolion blwydd ar gyfer y Coleg Cymreig ar ddechrau. Y bolion blwydd.
We have a result in the last home section. This is class 9. This is the filly of Yilling Gelding. And first went to 118. Roland Williams from Greenland Insurance, who sponsored the Welsh Top Junior classes this morning. And this was Dargale Baby Doll, shown by Adam Fletcher. Second was 105. This is Southcast Espedo, the property of Agnes E. Rubek from Sweden, shown there by Ron Jimmy. Third was Triple One. I see Thomas Jones there from Manchester with Friday Kennedy. Fourth, 102, Kay O'Leary with Catherine Kennedy, shown there by Ray Roberts. So coming out together, we're going to the class, and we're also going to section, but one running, Dargale Capitol, the property of Florida from Joseph, shown by Adam Fletcher. So just to put the results still, first was 1-8, Williams with Garde Capitol. Second was 1-5, Banner Super for Sweden, with Southwest with Mabel. Third was 1-1-1. This is Menai Princess, Jonathan Cornerstones with Frankie Petty. And fourth was 1-2, Hayward Lady, after the league, shown by Ray Roberts. Fifth was 97. This is Jimmy Lewis from the Holiday with United Stars of the Universe, shown by Shane Rogers. And sixth was the 77, Kitty Bowley with PK Gold. So those are results now for the filling class, filling class in the Russell Report section. Class 9. So that we are just roughly or the Palestine and the Floyd, and that's only the Lord of the Brain. The filling class and the Kipka of Illinois, and the Larian Sabbath, and I, the Panther Baroness Rupe of Sweden, Chete of EEE, Pritva Menai Friday, Friday Fendi of Manchester, Pritva Pantadai, Panther Zali, Panther Wendy, Pippered, or now this side, Lewis, or Holiday, or Universal Stars Universe. Better or the sighted side, Kitty Bowley, and not Retail Jolie. That's it. The man, the Sikama now, is just SK, Honu, Water Gaba, Rebolas, Rebol Gluore, Rabza, Never Play. So now, the Robert Owens Finest Memorial Award, this is the best year in that from King Pony. This will be completed for the winner of Class 8 and Class 9. So we kept the 2-year fillies in. So we'll be waiting out the 2-year colts, the first and second prize winners from Class 8. They will be competing for S10, which is the Robert Owens Finest Memorial Award. Richardson, awarded the first special of the day. The special is for the best yearling in the Welsh football section. This is the Robert Owens Players Memorial Award. As you see, Charlotte this year handing out rosettes. Fortunately, or recently, the winner here now is number 67, Menai Guerrero. The property of the Leinster. That's shown by Shane Farrell. And that was yearling Colt winner. Second place yearling Colt also took the reserve. And this was bred by Sean Morris with Friars exclusive of the property of Ryan Wilson. So a really fitting award there that both these ponies and yearling colts have the Friars breeding in their lines. Both yearling colts. So the first was the Leinster, Leinster, and Menai Guerrero. Second was Ryan Wilson with Friars exclusive. So felly, Walker had yr efoles o bod yn gwneud gyda Robin Craig, Walker, Robert Owens a Peter Fires, a Sian Morris yna rhoi gofryn ystan yn y deilwg o'r enw Gwydd, Menai Guerrero o Worcestershire, ac y ddau Walker of Players Exclusive at the Nadi Garsan on Penford Ryan Wilson or Penford. So putting that together for the young for the winner of the yearling special. The men's stud there, and the women's stud with Friday Guerrero, following on was the second place yearling colt. This was Prize exclusive with the property of Wilson from Herefordshire. So after a wonderful pass in the yearling queens there, then moving on to class 11. This will be the two-year-old colt. Felly bydd yn sylwan I dosbarthu ar ddeg. Yr efo Gwynflwydd, pedwar o 15 o ceisiadau, so there will be 19 entries forward in this class.
dyma ni felly canlyniad ail ddosbarth y bore yn erthyglan F. And so we have results in the second class of the morning in the section C's, and this is class 53 on page 152 of your catalogs. Llawdriniaeth mawr i'r enillydd yn y dosbarth hwn. Many congratulations to the winner in this class, and this is number 647. Ash McDowell Delilah, property of John and Linda Wilkinson. And now you second giveaway we have 648, and this is Paris Beecher, property of G.O. Williams. In third, 629, and this is Owen Jones's Embor Rosalind. In fourth, we have 636, and this is Gemma Hollis's Boulder Valley Queen of Dreams. And remember in fifth, 631, and this is L.Y. Fabuloso, property of Geraint Lewis. And in sixth is 618, and this is Shannon and Fulham Harry's Copperthorne China Doll. Llysnodwch pethau mawr i enillydd y dosbarth bolosini ac ddiwedd blwydd, sef Ash McDowell Delilah o dafod ymgaeth John and Linda Wilkinson. Many congratulations to the winner of the Yellow Filly of LP classes in section B, and this was John and Linda Wilkinson with Ash McDowell Delilah. Ac os ydych chi'n newid yno i canolfan am aelodau, yn y rhan honno o fideo, sydd yn bydd yn symud ymlaen nesaf i Wobr arbennig 54, sef y Wobr ar gyfer eboles neu adfarth blwydd gorau. So if you have just joined us by the member centre side of the main ring, in the section C, we'll now be moving on to class special 54, where we will have the special for the best yearling horse, filly or gelding. So the winners from the previous two classes will be competing for this special award.
Felly mae wedi'n ganlyniad yn ystod 79 yn Cymru ar ymwelion dwy oed. We have a result in Wales Hall section for the 2-year-old Float Colt, and the winner this year is number 959, CJ Mellon, with the Peloton Skywalker. Second is number 958, JM Llewellyn James, with Evan Valley Acadian. In third is number 963, Al Rainbow, with Dawel Brooks St George. In fourth, Anna Diandrew, Maestro de la Pérez. Fifth, number 960, Nicolas de Cordiano. And sixth, 961, Caparazzi with the Liverpool Lord Jack. So there we are, the showing appreciation to the winners of the 2-year-old coach class, the Rington Skywalker, Even Valley Ecclesia, Dowell Brook St George, Maestro de la Prince, Colwell Tower, and Dyffryn Bwy Lord Jack. Felly, conferensiadau mawr yna i enillydd yr ebolion dwy boes, i 9-9 o eiddo y tîm eraill, sef Brifo Skywalker. Conferensiadau mawr iddyn nhw. And you, following William Carlos, first class number 79 of page 164, first 959, second 958, third 963, fourth 952, fifth 960, and sixth 961. Symud mlaen i ddosbarth 8 yn y bolesyn neu adref 2 oed. Os ydych chi'n mynd i ymuno, dyn ni'n cael 3 dosbarth eisoes o'r yma, y bolbwyd, y boles fwyd, a y bolbwyd. A dyn ni erbyn hyn yn y bolesyn 2 oed. Ac wrth gwrs, cofiau Cymreig o'r ochr BBC a FW a'r arhen heddiw. Wrth gwrs, oni y cofiau Cymreig yn y credyd a anodd y dybyd i'r ni'n croesawu y dosbarthiadau i So for those who join us now, over on the BBC side of the ring, we have the judging of Welsh Top 2-year-old Fiddlecast. Or Welsh Top, we have the judging of the court, the 2-year-old court, and the yearly Fiddlecast. So moving on now to class number 80, the 2-year-old Fiddle or Fiddle.
dyma ni felly, mae ein beirniad yn yr adrannau, sef Thomas, o Sylwyd at hynna, wedi gwneud benderfyniad dosbarth arbennig 54. So I would urge Mr. Geraint Thomas in the section C as the position in Special 54, which is the award of the National Post Pili or Gelfing. And receiving this award here this year is the winner of the first class of the morning, the yearly course. And this is certificate number 605, Crosslyn and Chancel, property of Stacey Rogers. So I'm going to gael iawn a ennill award ac arbennig hon yn dilyn. Dod i'n bri yn ystod y dynion bwyd y bore yma. Gyda'r Billy Ober, and so Stephen Zerg Award is the winner of the yearly Billy Gelfing class. And as you remember, this was number 647 in your catalogue. Ash Meadow Delilah, property of John and Linda Wilkinson. So, ladies and gentlemen, to the winner of the best young in the section C, number 605, winner of the yearly post class. Closing followed by 647, the winning yearly filly.
Pablo, and 4. And Andrews number 122, which is number 4, Cycle. In second, with 123, Oasis Spirit, with Latera, and also West and we see Cycle 4, Cycle with the
Cylch y cofiau Cymreig ar ochr y BBC ar Annick Lliw. Da ni'n croesawu ein noddwr unwaith eto, Mr Roland Williams o gwmni yswiriant Greenlands. Ac wrth gwrs, mae'n stondin o dan yr Eisteddfod Llew Draw Baned i ofyn am unrhyw gwestiynau yswiriant sydd gynnaf chi. And in the Welsh Cogs, the judge, Mr Geraint Davies, has come to his final decision in the 2-year-old filly class, and the results are being presented now to the winners by our sponsor, Mr Roland Williams of the Greenlands Insurance Services. And in the 2-year-old filly class, the winner there was number 969, Jones Family's Ronald Bonediges Sarai. Second was 979, Scott Gibbons and Martin Cole Gibbons and Cole, with Tymon Trudy Scriptures. In third, number 975, Mark Tristan with Anne Morris Crown Jewel. Fourth, Lee Smith, 976, with Thomas Lady Corona. Fifth, number 974, and McNeil with Penal Galaxy, and sixth, number 978, John Houser with Faye Valley Starlight. So show your appreciation then, ladies and gentlemen, to the winner of the 2-year-old filly class in the Welsh Cogs, number 969, Ronald Bonediges Sarai, and Tymon Trudy Scriptures, Can Morlais Crown Jewel, Jonas Lady Corona, Penal Galaxy, and Cray Valley Stardust. Felly llongodd cadw mawr I Daily Jones Rongoed gyda Ronald Bonediges Sarai. And you following with your catalogs, we're on page 164 and 165. First, 969, second, 979, third, 975, fourth, 976, fifth, 974, and sixth, 978. And the winner of that class, Ronald Bonediges Sarai, also takes home Special 81, the John and Harold Riley Special Award, and the Royal Welsh Special Rosette. Kindly given by John and Harold Riley of the Cook Harold Welsh Cogs in Australia. So we'll be moving on now to class number 82, the 3-year-old cogs. Felly os ydych chi'n ymuno gyda ni, o'r da croeso, ni yn y Coleg Cymreig newydd orffen gyda'r dosbarth yn ymylysu dwyflwydd, ac yn symud ymlaen nawr i'r dosbarth I 82, yr ebolion tair mwynog. 13 o geisiadau yn y dosbarth yma. Dyma nhw, dyma'r ein cyntaf ar gyfer y dosbarth ebolion tair mwynog.
And the season of the ponies, Tyrone Lucas, we narrowed down to the last 12. So the judges will be having a look at these 12 finalists this year to compete for the first prize in this class. So felly we're looking at our dosbarth 13, yr bod y safle 2 blwydd, beirniad wedi penblynu cadw 12 mewn i dosbarth yma, ac yn barn i fynd yn golector, a bydd enillydd yn dod o'r 12 yma.
Dyma ni felly hynlyniad y dosbarth egolion dyflwydd oed yn Ffranec. So we have results in class 55, the 2-year-old colt class in the section C, and this is on page 153 to those of you who are marking your catalogues. So am gyfeiriad mawr iawn i enillydd y dosbarth yma, sef 1663. Many congratulations to the winner of the 2-year-old colt class. And put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the winner, 663. And this is Richard Pittman with Foster, Duke of Gloucester. Followed in second by 651. And this is C.A. Offaly with Greendale Deja Vu. In third, we have 650, and this is William and Debbie Jo Bassett with Winter Definitely Maybe. In fourth, 665, and this is John Welsh's Newgap Prince Philip. In fifth, 660, Louise Liptrot with Pontardawe John Beagle. And in sixth, 657, and this is Jessica Dunn and Jamie Townsend with Delgad Billy Joe. Felly, llongyfarchiadau mawr iawn I enillydd y dosbarth. Hwn sef dosbarth ar gyfer ebolion dylwydd oed. So many congratulations to the winner of the 2-year-old football class, Richard Fitzman from Glamorgan. Mi fyddwn ni'n symud ymlaen sydd rwan I dosbarth polisi neu adfer dylwydd oed yn yr adran ac. So we're moving straight on to section C to the 2-year-old Billy or Gelding class, class 56.
Good, yeah. How are you, sir? Yeah, fine.
see that the judge has handed out rosettes in the two Rohili for Gavin class. This is class 12. And first went to number 149, this is Jill Farrell from Yorkshire. And this is waitress Jennifer. This is shown by Mr. Reed. And second was 143, David Davis from Hutchison from K9 Catlin. Third went to 146, this is Michael and Vicky Elphick with Islay Shanti. And fourth was 151, this is Henry Bell with Victor Utica. And fifth was 167, Stephen Williams with Testified Ladies Lady. And sixth was 160, Gemma Morris with Rockview Welsh Dog. So congratulations to the winner there, Jill Farrell from Yorkshire with Jenna Lee. So felly dyma cynniadau chi ar gyfer dosbarth 12. Yn gyntaf i 49, Jill Farrell o Swyddenbron. Yn ail i 43, Delius o Ceilan yn Ceilan Ceitlin. Yn trydydd i 50, Henry Fell, yn Breinsi o'r Mystical. Yn rhywun yn y 46 yn y trydydd, Michael Cynnig Elfyn, efo Islay Shanti. Yn pedwerydd, i 50, sy'n Henry Fell yn Breinsi o'r Mystical. Yn pumled i 67, Stephen Williams, yn Casper, Davis Levy. Ac yn chweched i 60, Gemma Morris efo Rockview Welsh Dog. So os yw'n rhywun blaen nawr i dosbarth 13, sef o'r aelod tair. So moving on now to the class 13, this is the 304.
Thank you.
trafod Mr Geraint Thomas yn yr adran ac yn cael golwg fanylach ar FLSC ymlaen. Pleser i'w cael croesawu a diolch I noddwyr yr adran hon yma leni. So whilst our judge in section C's, Mr Geraint Thomas, is having a closer look at the fiddlies in front of him as they do their individual show, it gives me great pleasure to welcome and to thank the sponsors for this section here this year, Locksley Solicitors. Locksley is a specialist law firm advising on all aspects of rural property and agricultural business. The firm acts for clients throughout Wales and England. Locksley's lawyers advise on farm sales and purchases, agricultural tenancies, planning and development, wills and probate, succession issues and property disputes. And we're very thankful to Sam Taylor, who's with us in the grandstand here today to present the awards on behalf of Locksley Solicitors. Felly diolch yn fawr iawn I noddwyr yr adran ec yma heddiw, ynghyd â holl noddwyr ar draws yr adrannau amrywiol am eu cefnogaeth.
And in the section D's, we have the results for class number 82, the 3-year-old colt. And the winner there is number 986, Gerald Hargest, with Brynoi of Jonjo. Second then, we have number 984, Jones Evans family with Ronald Kingpin. In third, we have 988, Stuart McNeil with Aberlogi Tara. In fourth, 990, Daniel Morgan with Parc Eduardo. Fifth, 992, Gethin Turner with Llangell Cassius. And sixth, number 987, Amy Hart with Cray Valley St George. So there we are then. Show your appreciation to the winner of the 3-year-old colt class, number 986, Gerald Hargest with Brynoi of Jojo. Ronald Kingpin, Aberlogi Taran, Parc Eduardo, Llangell Cassius, and Creu Mali St George. Ffordd cyfodniadau mawr i'r brifigwr yn ysbart yr ebolion tair mlwydd oed yn y Copiau Cymreig. Jarwch Marges gyda Bryn Oer Jonjo o ardal Blaenau Gwent. So for you filling in the catalogues, we're on page number 165, class 82. So first, 986, second, 984, third, 988, fourth, 990, fifth, 992, and sixth, 987. So we're moving on then in the Welsh Cogs to the 3-year-old filly class number 83. Ac felly yn y Copiau Cymreig, da ni'n symud mlaen i'r osbarth ebolysu tair mlwydd oed, 29 o geisiadau yn fan hyn, cyn symud ymlaen at eich hafbwynt y bore yn y Copiau Cymreig, sef prif bencampwriaeth y stoc ifanc. Ac a gweld pwy fydd yn cipio medal aur Cymdeithas y Merlod a'r Copiau Cymreig. Wel, awyrgylch arbennig y barod ar y Copiau Cymreig ar gyfer yr ebolysu tair mlwydd oed. Ffordd ysbart ebolysu a mae dan i sang yma. The atmosphere is electric over here in the Welsh Cop ring for the 3-year-old filly class, a full class of 3-year-old fillies.
A dyma ni felly canlyniad yn ysbart yn y bolesi dyflwys. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the winner of the two-year-old filly in the section C, number 669, and this is the Oliver family's Coswen Cindy. Llongyfarchiadau mawr i chi fel teulu a ennill y dosbarth i bolesi dyflwydd. Followed in second by 676, and this is Donis Norma Jean, property of Jane Kirk. In third, 667, and this is Michael Copley's Travel Queen of Diamonds. In fourth, 671, Little Kiosk Monica, property of Emily Louisa. In fifth, 674, and this is Nelson Boyd Maxfield Shakira. And in sixth, 674, Ryan Head Over Heels, property of Sarah Hurst. Felly, llongyfarchiadau mawr i'r gyfrol dosbarth efo bolesi dyflwydd, sef Coswen Cindy, Rhif 669 a dudalen 154 yn Llantylo. Yn ail hyn, 676, Donis Norma Jean, ac yn dyfyr yw 667, Travel Queen of Diamonds. Yn yr achanau, mi fyddwn ni symud ymlaen nesaf i ddosbarth 57, sef y dosbarth ar gyfer ymbolio tair. So we move on now to the 50-year-old colt class in the section D, and this is class 57 on page 154 of your catalogue.
second, or 1-3, even at the shadow. Stand down on the horses. Congratulations to the wholesale event. So I'll continue with the results now on the whole section. Just to confirm prize winners. Here we go. First of all, as you see moving on now, after the whole section, I did check second, with number 3, Yuana, with the Shah. Third, with number 4, Shah Kennedy, with number 4. Fourth, with number 6, Shah Jackson, with the Shah. Fifth, with number 4, Julian, with the and sixth, with number 7, Daniel.
Dyma ni felly canlyniad yr etholiad tai yn Adran Ac. So the result of the three-year-old colt class in the section C's. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for the winner of the three-year-old colt class, making his way across the front of the grandstand, number 688. And this is Menai Moor Fury, property of the Menai and Friary Studs. Llongyfarchiadau mawr chi ar ennill y dosbarth ebolion tair yma eleni. In second, we have 686. And this is Bryn Gwenyn Welsh Emperor, property of Brooke Keyhole. In third, we have 682, Buxwood Brenny, property of Jamie Lee Garland. In fourth, 684, and this is Little Beecher VIP, property of Stacey Hastings Major. In fifth, we have 685, and this is Abergavenny Golden Quest, property of Owen Jones. And in sixth, we have 681, and this is Ormond Rocococo, property of Claire Davis. Felly, llongyfarchiadau mawr I enilltydd y dosbarth ebolion tair, sef Menai Moor Fury. A dosbarth nesaf yn yr Adran Ac bydd y dosbarth ar gyfer ebolysu neu tair oed. So the next class in the section C will be the 3-year-old filly or gelding class on pages 154 and 155 in the catalogue.
A draw yw'ch y cofiau a feirniadu yn dechrau dod I mewn yn ysbath yr ebolysu tair mlwydd oed. Dwi'n gweld I fi'n dechrau prysuro ar gyrion y prif gylch, ac os mae nawr yn ymuno, mi ydyn ni wrthi efo'r ebolysu tair mlwydd oed, ar ôl cael gorau bendigedig cystadlu yn ysbarthiadau y stoc ifanc. Gawddwn ni cyrraedd pinnacle y stoc ifanc, ac yn gweld pwy fydd yn cipio medal air Cymdeithas y Merlod a'r cofiau Cymreig ar gyfer yr adran y stoc ifanc. If you are joining us now in the Welsh Cobs down on the BBC side of the ring, of the main ring here, we are now on the 3-year-old filly class. After a fantastic morning of all of the young stock classes, the yearlings and then the 2-year-olds, and now the 3-year-olds, we shall move on to the pinnacle, which is the Young Stock Championship, and to see who will take home the Welsh Pony and Cob Society Gold Medal Award.
Good on the car.
Dyna ni felly, mae gennym ni ganlyniad yn cylch y Copiau Cymreig yn yblysu tair blwydd oed. So we have a result, and we're welcoming our sponsor, Mr. Roland Williams of the Greenlands Insurance, back to present the results. And the winner there is number 1018, Ross Thomas with Ronas Welsh Dolly. In second, 1008, RB and A. Jones, Brynat Seremai. In third, number 993, FG Andrew with My Sprinter Serenbach. And fourth, number 1014, Yola Roberts with Connor Brenhines of Sale. So show your appreciation in the Welsh Top section, ladies and gentlemen, as they do their lap of honour to the winner there, number 1018, Ross Thomas with Honas Welsh Dolly. And I'll carry on with the results there. So fifth place went to 1005, Gwyneth Griffiths with Dyffryn Bwy Madeleine Mai. And sixth was number 995, R.J. Davis with Power Melody. Dyna ni felly llong gyfarchiadau mawr i'r un oedd yn fuddugol yn ysbarth yr yblysu tair blwydd oed. 1018, Ross Thomas gyda Honas Welsh Dolly. Tipyn oedd ysbarth yn fyna. Ross Ugen yn bresennol am Mr Davies wedi cael modd i fyw dwi'n siŵr yn beirniadu yr ebolysu tair blwydd oed. O, yna loose horse, if the judging can stop, please. Okay, stewards, there's a loose horse. Dyna ni, diolch yn fawr iawn i chi gyd. So just to confirm for you who are filling your catalogues, so if we go to page 165, 166, the 3-year-old Cilio Gelding in the Welsh Cobs. So first was 1018, second 1008, third on the page before is 993, fourth 1014, fifth 1005, and sixth 995. Felly dyna ni yn yr Copiau Cymreig, y dosbarthiadau i gyd wedi dod i ben, sy'n golygu dim ond un peth, y bod ni'n cyrraedd yr uchafbwynt ar gyfer y stoc ifanc yn y Copiau Cymreig, sef pencampwriaeth y stoc ifanc. Ac i weld pa un o'r ceffylau bore fydd yn cael ei coroni gyda medal A i'r Cymdeithas y Merlod a'r Copiau Cymreig. So there we are in the Welsh Cobs. All of the classes have been judged, and that only meaning one thing, that it's time to judge the Young Stock Championship in the Welsh Cobs and to see who will be crowned as the Young Stock Champion and take home the gold medal of the Welsh Pony and Cob Society. So one correction there, my apologies. The 3-year-old filly class in 5th, it was number 1001, the Charman family's Copperthorne Killer Queen. So in class number 83, the 3-year-old filly o gelding in the Cobs, 5th was 1001, the property of the Charman family. Os ydych wedi bod yn sioia neu mewn sioiau dros y blynyddoedd fe fyddwch chi'n deall y drefn yma yn y Copiau Cymreig. Ond i chi sydd heb, neu sydd newydd, neu falle dyma'r tro cyntaf chi yn y sioe frenhinol, yr hyn sydd wedi digwydd ydy bod 6 dosbarth wedi bod bore yma, gyda'r cystadlu yn frwd iawn ym mhob un ohonyn nhw, a'r 6 enillydd yna yn dod ymlaen ar gyfer pencampwriaeth y stoc ifanc. So cyntaf yr enillydd yn mhob un yn dod ymlaen a chystadlu ar gyfer pencampwriaeth. If this is maybe your first time at the Royal Welsh Show, this is what's happening in the Welsh Cob section, held by the BBC, is that we have the Young Stock Championship. So this morning we've had 6 classes with 1 to 3-year-olds, females and males. And the winner of each of their respective classes have come back now to be judged by the judge, Mr Davis, and see who shall be crowned as the Young Stock Champions. And they are all competing as well for the Welsh Pony and Cob Society Gold Medal. Wel, os trown i'r llygaid I gylch y copiau Cymreig, dwi'n gweld bod Mr Davies wedi dios I het. If we turn our eyes to the Welsh cob ring, I can see that Mr Davies has pulled his hat off. And the 2023 Welsh Cob Youngstock Championship goes to the 2-year-old filly, the Jones family, Ronald Bonediges yr Ail. And reserve goes to the 3-year-old filly, Ross Thomas with Honas Welsh Dolly. Dyna ni felly, pencampwriaeth stoc ifanc y copiau Cymreig ar fore ddydd Mawrth. Y pencampwraig oedd yr eboles dwyflwydd Ronald Bonediges yr Ail a'r is-bencampwr oedd Ross Thomas efo'r Honas Welsh Dolly. Felly ar ddiwedd bore bendigedig yma ynghylch y copiau Cymreig, yr ebolesi sydd yn dyrchafu ac yn cyrraedd y brig. Mewn pencampwriaeth o safon uchel iawn, dwi'n siŵr bod Mr Davies wedi mwynhau ei fore cyntaf o waith gyda ni yma yn y sioe brenhinol. Ond megis dechrau mae am fydd e'n ôl ben bore fori am 8 o'r gloch ar gyfer y dosbarthiadau hun. Ac wrth gwrs prynhawn hori ar gyfer dosbarthiadau y meirch. Yma prif fydd na filoedd wedi dod ynghyd I weld y wledd honno. Well, I'm sure that you'll all agree that the classes in the Welsh Cobs this morning have been truly spectacular, but at the end of the morning, the females have come to the top. Mr Davies hopefully has had a very enjoyable morning with us here today, but the work is just only starting as he'll be back tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock to judge the seniors, with all the male classes happening in the middle of the main ring tomorrow morning, and then of course the climax tomorrow afternoon with the judging of the Welsh Cob Stallions and the Prince of Wales Cup. Dyna ni felly, rhwng gymeradwyaeth I bencampwr stoc ifanc y copiau Cymreig, Ronald Bonediges yr Ail. Show of appreciation to the Welsh Cob Youngstock Champion, Ronald Bonediges yr Ail, followed by Honas Welsh Dolly. Llong o fachiadau.